Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Duncan never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community broadcasting from St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a young pack of Garou have come as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star to help combat the forces of the Worm and help build the new Garou nation. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We also have a couple new tables starting soon that are looking for players, so come join our community. Now, let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay, and I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Rune, and we are the pack that don't get randomly knocked out by other shifters.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki and I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everyone, my name is Ben. I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Hi everyone, I'm Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper, Camine, the Ragabash Black Fury.
Well, players, it's all led up to this, our summer finale. This is the last session of the summer, the last session in hell before the return to Tampa. The question is, was the mission a success? Was everything that you were tasked to do accomplished? This is where we say goodbye to stakes, at least for the time being. This is where we wrap up our business in hell. For last week, the discussions were had, the negotiations finalized, the arrangements made. Because Rick had returned from the mines up north, and deliberations were had. Because of the damage that was done in the basement of Rick's home, the deliberations were more one-sided in favor of the Hell Sept. Now, there were the negotiations regarding the Wisconsin and Ohio Sept and what they needed, but that was more in the demands of the Tampa leadership and what they could provide. But then the Hell Sept needed something from you. There was some recompense to the amount of $30,000 for the damage done to the basement. And then there was the requirement that you do not accompany them to the mine, for you could not be trusted to have their back and could not be trusted to handle such a delicate affair as the assault on the Tilden mine. But they would want to go as a pack in its entirety, and that would require the use of their Ragabash, stakes her claim, your mentor, your den mother. Now, this was an emotional affair which required all of you to have some deliberation aside from the Hell leadership. But Stakes insisted that she would go with them, and you would all have to be okay with this. And you would have to return to Tampa while she went on this mission. Though there was some disagreement, you eventually all came to a consensus that this would happen. And so an agreement was made and finalized. And that brings us to now. Our story begins tonight as two leaders, a pack leader and a sept leader, a mentor and a protege, come together to have one last discussion before they part ways. Our first scene begins in the back office of the Hell Saloon, a place you've become very, very familiar with, Raymond. A place you've had many meetings with Red in the past, before your move to Tampa, and now since your return. You've had many laughs, you've had many serious talks, you've learned a great deal, and you've come to question a great deal since. And now you come to say goodbye, but not without a few more thoughts. What's going through your head, Raymond, as you have this last discussion with Garrett Red O'Leary, the sept leader from Hell?
My mind's going a little wild because I'm having some conflicting feelings. It was great to see him again, being up here, spending time with him, getting to talk, to learn from him again was great. But the entire time we've been up here, he hasn't straight up been lying to me, but he's been omitting information. He has been letting things hang. He's been withholding, and that has led to a few accidents. If we were informed about the whole house situation, we all could have gone to the house, not just Juniper and Forged. We would have known. And if that's the biggest thing that was omitted, but if that's what he chose to omit for me, what else is he omitting? What else is he not telling me? What is he choosing to dance around? So I need to confront him about that. But I also want that little bit of connection, and I want to ask for advice one more time.
So as you enter into the back office, you can see that there are 2 glasses already set on the desk surface. A warm brown liquid poured in the bottom of both glasses. Red is sat in his desk chair, leaned back, holding onto one of the glasses, swirling the liquid in the bottom of the glass, contemplating it before looking over in your direction and offering a warm smile. His bright red beard, a little bit shaggier and overgrown. You can see that there are darker circles under his eyes, as if hasn't been sleeping well the last couple of days, as if he's had a lot on his mind. His hair is a little dirtier and greasier and a little less well kept, as if hasn't had a good shower in a couple of days, and he's wearing clothes that are a little bit more rummaged and rustled. He's probably been sleeping in the office.
As he smiles to me, I'll smile back and walk towards the open chair, looking at the glass and glancing at the desk. Is that photo still there that he had before?
Yes.
I'll just look at it for a few seconds and then sit down at the chair and grab the glass and take a quick sip from it before looking at Red. You look a little exhausted there.
I'd be lying to you if I said it's been an easy few days.
I'm sure planning everything and trying to get everyone together has been taking a toll.
Well, between negotiating calls between the other septs and trying to keep everyone happy on this end of things, and also planning out the approach to the mines up north and making sure that we are watching our back down here, and also getting ready for all of you to leave. It's a lot.
I bet. And I mean, you have help, but I know that it's probably most of the weight's on your shoulder with the planning and the communication, so I can understand.
Well, I also just don't feel right about all of this. This just didn't all go the way I would have liked it to be honest.
I mean, I wouldn't be lying, or I would be lying if I said that I'm glad that we're not going with you, because I did want to go on a mission with you all. I wanted to prove, and I wanted to show that, you know, we were a pack, but circumstances changed, unfortunately.
I know. And honestly, I left the call up to Rick on this one. And I probably didn't need to. I probably could have told him no, but he was the offended party. And I would have been taking away some of his power. I was surprised that this was the decision he made, to be completely honest. He's usually a pretty easygoing guy and doesn't take a great deal of offense to these sort of things, but I can't disagree with his reasoning either. This is a dangerous situation we're walking into, and he's had direct eyes on it. He was up there. He was watching. He was the only person on site for these past few weeks. He knows firsthand what we're walking into, and if he says that it's not safe for us to take you up there, I have to trust his opinion. as much as I don't want to. As much as I want to believe that I could overrule him and take the risk, what I'd be most worried about is putting you in harm's way. That's something I couldn't have on my conscience, and that's something I don't want to start trouble with Tampa about. If you were under my command still, I'd gladly take you up there. But that's not the case anymore, is it?
No, it's not. And I mean, I understand. Like you said, Rick was there. He saw what was going on. He saw the situation. So, I mean, if I was in your shoes, I would have taken his word a lot higher than determining the situation and who to take, who to not to take. And I mean, his reaction, from what I was told, was also a little surprising because Stakes told me a little bit about Rick. And I was expecting to pay. I mean, I was expecting to maybe help fix it, spend a little bit more time here, maybe helping in that regard. But the amount and the accusations were a lot harsher than what I was led to believe to be kind of who he was.
I was surprised too. He took it a lot more personally than I expected. He's never been a person or a guru that's had attachment to objects or things. Being a silent strider, he's been very willing to up and move, very nomadic. So he never took much attachment to a place. That's why he was so willing to rent out the place in the first hand. He didn't have an attachment to it. He barely even considered it his. So for him to have taken it so personally was surprising. But, again, as Guru, we do have an instinct to be territorial. And perhaps it was just his instincts that took over. I can't fault him for that.
I couldn't fault him for that either. And I do want to say, because I know I said it in the meeting, but we had to deal with the discussions and stuff, but I do want to apologize for what happened at the house and the situation that happened, because I was aware that there was some tension between Juniper and Forge, and I should have maybe been more keen to watch them a little bit closely while they were up here. So that's a little bit of a failure on my part. And the situation that came from it damaged part of your sept, hurt one of your pack mates in a way. So I do want to apologize for that.
Well, I want to apologize too, because I could have been more forthcoming about the details of the house. I know that we were starting to open up trust to one another, and I could have said more about those details, and I was going to, had you agreed to it. Had you decided you wanted to take the house, I would have been happy to have told you more about it, but I know that we were just starting to have those talks, and it was my mistake. I should have said more in the first place. It was not right. So I do take full responsibility for that.
I will look down at my glass, kind of with only the one sip taken out of it, and I will kind of place it on the table and kind of sit up a little bit straighter and kind of look at Red a little bit more serious. I'm gonna be a little frank. I mean, I appreciate in the apology, because yeah, their information could have been shared that would have made the situation not even an issue, but we did say we were going to look at the house. We were going to go inspect it. We were going to spend time examining it. And you had at least 3 chances to tell me that it was Rick's house before we went to go look at it. When we first met, you know, during the one-on-one, and any time in between. And that was never really discussed. I mean, the situation that happened is on us, but it could have 100% been avoided if we had known. I would have gone with them. I would have let them know. The information would have been passed on, and then we would have respected the territory, but it was completely unaware for any of us.
Isn't it convenient that it was a guru's house and not a human's? Because at least we can cover it up.
Sure, it was convenient. But any more information would have been better, because all we knew is that it was a place that was empty and that you were renting it. That's all we knew. It may not have even had been a human's house. For all we know, it was unoccupied, up on the market, and you had rented it out. We didn't even know someone was living there. That information was never shared.
Why weren't you with them in the first place?
I was dealing with other pack members at the time. Unfortunately, I cannot spread myself to every single pack mate at every single situation.
And they couldn't avoid it?
They could have. But I'm not going to fault them for being curious, especially as we were just staying in a motel. They were interested in the house. It was pushed at us pretty, not hard, but it was pushed at us pretty good that this was available to us. And they wanted to see what they were agreeing to. I don't fault them for being curious. I don't fault them for wanting to examine the house.
And so they did.
Yeah, they did. Not knowing what they were walking into. Which, this situation wasn't dangerous, but I mean, any information that is not given when walking into a situation could have been dangerous. Sure, it was just a house. Sure, it was just us looking at a place that was being rented, but how were we supposed to know fully what was going on without being told?
So let me ask you this, Ray. Would that information have prevented the fight? Would that information have eased their tensions? Would that information have caused pack unity?
It wouldn't have stopped the fight, but it would have changed the location. They could have dealt with this in a completely different area, not at the house. Sure, this information would have not helped with pack unity. This situation was going to boil over one way or another, because they've been at each other's throats for a while, and it needed to happen, but it didn't need to happen there.
So the big banner that said Rick Rogers Photography on the wall didn't stop them from deciding to start rifling through his goods or having a fight in his basement?
I don't know the situation for what caused the fight. And I mean, I can't say for why they decided to go through his belongings. I know Forge probably couldn't help himself. But there was just not. You screwed me a little bit, Red, but not telling me.
Well, I'm sorry for that then.
I'll nod. I accept the apology. But this whole situation, unfortunately, has got me thinking. And it's got me wondering. And I don't really know right now what to do or how to proceed. But it's just, I don't know, Red. Out of everyone that I know right now, the two people I trust the most are you and Stakes. And this whole thing, it wasn't a major issue, but it could have been a major issue. And it hurts that that trust has been a little damaged.
Trust goes both ways, Raymond. You keep expecting us to be the ones to be trusting in you, to be giving you this information, this free pass and access to information from us. All I keep hearing about is this entitlement to the information of our past, to the information of our sept, information of our personal histories. Where's that reflected trust? The trust that you're not going to break into our basements, the trust that you're not going to take our goods. The trust that when we tell you something, that will be enough. The trust in our leadership. When have we ever received that? And I'm not talking from you. You gave us that, and that's why we could have this relationship, you and I. But the truth is, you have been taking on the burden of your pack, as a leader should. But you are turning your frustrations on me, when those frustrations should be pointed at those responsible for causing that lack of trust. Perhaps they need discipline. And they can earn that trust rather than demanding it, rather than feeling entitled to it.
Since we've been up here this second time and we've been back, you did say, I have shown the trust, I've shown the respect. Everything you listed off, you willingly told me. I asked questions, but I didn't demand those answers. And I don't know if they've demanded all those answers from you. Have they? Have they just been demanding to know your past, demanding to know your story? Or have they just been asking questions? You said you trained us to be curious. You trained us to be suspicious. Isn't that what they're doing?
Curiosity is all well and good, Raymond, but there has been a general vibe. And it's not to me directly.
I mean, can you blame them?
Can you blame us?
No. I can understand both sides. But like how you are siding with your pack and your sept, I am going to be leaning towards my pack of my own. You taught me to get them together. You taught me to be together as one. And if I don't side with them, if I don't listen to them, if I don't weigh their opinions greater than others, then what you've taught me, I've failed to learn.
Then that's the impasse we find ourselves at. And probably for the best. If you believe that the decisions your pack has made are the correct ones in this matter, and you wish to stand by those decisions, if you think that with the information they had, they acted appropriately, I can't fault you for that. We live and die by the decisions of our packs as leaders.
I agree.
But we also
I
have
do.
to steer the ship and correct it when it starts to go off course. Are you correcting the ship, Raymond, or are you just letting it drift?
I'll take a moment to think for a few seconds. Before coming up here, I probably would have agreed with the latter of that statement, of me just letting it go its course. But even with the situation that happened, even with the mess ups, I think we're doing better. So I will look at Red. I'm steering. It's hard, but I'm steering the best I can.
That's all I ask. That's all I could ever expect from you, or want from you, or hope for you. As your mentor, as your friend, and I do believe we're friends. This disagreement aside, the mistakes in our past aside, you are my friend, Raymond. I hold you in such high esteem and regard. And you have to understand, I also have to look out for my pack, my sept. And yes, I had my own suspicions with your return. Because yes, you are, in my mind, a part of the nation. You have been for months now. And I am still very wary of what is happening in Tampa. I will be completely clear about that. I've given no misgivings about that entire project this entire time. You know that. I've been very clear with you about that. But I respect you. So I'll just tell you it flat out. I've had my suspicions of what influence they've had on you. But I trust you and I respect you. And I want what's best for you. Always.
You were my first mentor. You were the one that taught me everything that I needed to know when I first got here. And I respect you higher than I respect almost anyone. And I respect the suspicion of us being down there. But they're not like the nation that you told me. It's not the nation that you taught me of the past. And the suspicions I had of them when I first got there, suspicions I still have at some points, they've grown less and less. And I don't know. It just it hurts. This whole situation. And
No.
hopefully later on we can move past this and everything will be better again, but the sting is still there and I can't really think past it at the moment. Because it's not just the information about Rick's house. Because there's this small nagging feeling of, if you didn't tell me about that, what else have you not been telling me about other things? And I hate that I have that voice, but at the moment I can't get rid of it. So, like I said, I respect you. And I do also consider you a friend. But at the moment, I don't know if I can keep that at this time. So.
I'll make you a promise. When all of this nasty business is over, I'll tell you everything.
I'll hold you to that.
I hope that you do.
Just
because you're right. There is a lot that I haven't told you. This sept has a bloody and terrible history. You've probably heard bits and pieces of it, but it gets a lot deeper than that. And it's a lot for a new guru to hear. Because honestly, if you heard it all, I'd be surprised you'd want to become a part of this life. I know I wouldn't have had I heard it. And I'm glad that you can look at whatever you're building down there in Tampa with the optimism that you do. Because I used to believe like you. I used to see the nation with the eyes that you are seeing. I used to believe they were different because they always seem different at first. With the promises and the talks. But when they see that the changes aren't coming, when the losses start rolling in, when gurus start dying, those promises start to break. They start treating you like soldiers. You start becoming dispensable. And I don't want that for you. I don't hope that for you. But as soon as I saw Silver Fangs at the top, I couldn't help but know that's where that was headed. Because that's where it always goes. Look to their king and see it for yourself.
You are right, Red. I am seeing through young eyes in the situation. And I don't have the experience that you have. I hope that you'll tell me those experiences fully. But what I've experienced and what I've seen, those Silver Fangs, I mean, I've had some disagreements with them and made them angry, but they've treated me with respect. And they haven't treated me like a soldier, because I know what that was like. Maybe you're right, and eventually that might happen. But at this point, from what I've seen and what I know, is that I think that you're wrong about them. And hopefully I, in my view, my young eyes, they're looking at this with a glint of hope. Maybe you'll be able to see what I see through me. And I can then understand what you see through your eyes.
I hope that I'm wrong too, Raymond. That's why I agreed to this. I'm trying to look through your eyes. I wouldn't have agreed to help, but I believe in you. That's why I agreed to this whole treaty in the first place. That's why I agreed to this trade in the first place. Because of you.
Then just keep doing that. And maybe eventually you'll believe in everyone else. I know that'll be rough. It'll be hard. But I think eventually it might happen. Because we're soon not going to be those young guru anymore. And we'll be able to take all of our experiences and show you that what this is and the pack that you took in here in hell, can thrive and is good.
But we'll just take it one day at a time. We have one massive hill to climb first.
I agree. One day at a time. And I'm going to push my chair back and stand up. And I'm going to take one final look at the picture. And I'm going to pick it up and kind of look closely at me and Red together. And I'm going to put the picture down, face down on the desk, and then walk out of the office.
As you depart the office, you hear the door close behind you. And before you leave the bar, you hear glass shatter. We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene takes us outside of the small working class home of Jacob and Vanessa Fletcher, parents of Bradley and Sarah Fletcher. Bradley Fletcher, formerly known as Deadbeat, now known as Forged from Failures. This once was a home full of laughter, light, and love. But for the past many years, it's been a home full of loss, regret, sadness, despair, and loneliness. One could cite many reasons as to why that is. But for those in the know, there is one source responsible. And that source is currently standing in the yard outside of the house. That source is the young Bradley Fletcher, forged from failures. Forged, what's going through your mind as you stare upon your old family home, knowing that your parents are within, who you haven't seen in many years at this point, ever since you essentially abandoned home to go live a life of debauchery and then became a guru and truly left this life behind?
Currently, I am kind of kicking myself over this decision I'm making, still considering maybe I should just leave. Like maybe they haven't seen me yet as I'm standing in the yard staring up towards the house. Kind of looks simultaneously more imposing yet smaller than I remember it being, more sad almost, as I just stare at this building, contemplating what I'm going to say, like why am I even here, and where I can kind of start psyching myself out. I just shake my head as I will just walk up to the door and kind of hesitate, knocking for a long moment before just almost a very soft few knocks, kind of hoping maybe no one hears it, as I just stand there kind of waiting for someone to answer.
You rap at the door a few times, and it's quiet. And thinking that you've escaped, you turn to leave, thinking that nobody's going to answer the door. But just as you're about to step off the front porch, the door opens. And you hear, Bradley?
I do a slow kind of turn back as I have a awkward, like trying to smile, like I'm happy to be back, but not quite pulling it off. I'll just say, "Sup?"
As you turn around, you see long, sandy blonde hair spilling down onto the shoulders of your sister, now looking significantly older since the last time you've seen her. She looks to be about college age at this point, about to enter into college, maybe starting college. She has a University of Eastern Michigan University sweatshirt on. She has a surprised but furrowed browed look on her face as she stares in your direction. There is daggers in her eyes as she looks over at you. What the fuck are you doing here?
I just look her over a few times, just kind of amazed how much she's grown since I last saw her, and kind of just thinking about the memories we've had of us as kids hanging around, laughing, taking care of each other, and kind of the memories that followed after of the distance that have grown since the disappearance, and kind of just responds with, I was I was in the area, and I thought I'd stop by. Is mom and dad home? Let
me guess, you need money?
Well, hold on. I didn't come here to ask for money, okay? I was just stopping by, just...
What do you want?
Just... I don't know, I was told by, some people I know that I probably should, stop by and like check up on you guys, probably be like something I should do, and like I just wanted to stop by. I want to check up on you guys. It's been a while, and a lot of shit's been going down, and just felt kind of bad for ditching without saying anything.
But you did, Bradley. So if this is your attempt to make amends or make yourself feel better, save it. We're not here to make you feel better.
Fair. Ouch, but fair. I mean, I can't lie, that's partially the reason, but I, kind of been learning some shit, and I thought I didn't want mom and dad to just to vanish on
like you did.
And I know I did. Okay, I'm trying.
Then why don't you just stay gone? You're good at that.
See, right? As I kind of get hit with that, just it was like a needle hitting a balloon, just deflating me instantly. Just a frown on my face as I just almost feels like hits me right in the heart, as I just kind of open my mouth wordlessly, then you, I'm trying to be better, man. I know I've done some fucked up shit, and I've fucked up pretty bad, but I'm trying to get on some better shit right now, a better path, you know. Like I'm, sorry for bailing out of nowhere and fucking shit up. I'm trying to figure out how to say it and how to do this shit, but it's hard because no one really ever tells you like how to do it or the best way to go about it. So I'm trying to figure it out. As you tell, I suck pretty bad at it.
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Not my best dice pool. What's my rage at right now?
I would say you're probably at a rage 2. You were very nervous going into this situation.
Oh, wow. Surprisingly, I got 3 successes.
She looks you up and down, falling silent, hearing that you're trying to get better, hearing that you're trying to make things right. You're not here for money. You're not here trying to pull another one of your fucking cons. You're not here to just get something and leave again. You're not fucking us over again, are you, Bradley? Because if you are, I swear to God, they can't take it again. I'm telling you.
Look, I know I fucked up pretty bad, and yeah, I deserve this shit, but I'm trying. I'm not doing that. I'm wanting, to be better. I was hanging around some people who aren't actually, shitty like me. Kind of been making me think about things differently, and it made me realize that I want to kind of be better.
Fine, she says, and she turns and walks inside, and as she does, the door is just left open as she walks in.
I'll follow behind her, kind of looking around the house, kind of taking in the nostalgia of seeing my childhood home, but also the sadness that kind of is attached to it, and the memories that I would rather forget being here too.
Looking around, the house is very much as you left it, almost like a time capsule of your youth. It is very, very sad because it's like nothing's changed, like it's frozen. Everything is just as it was when you left. The shoes are in the same place, including your brother Jacob Jr.'s. His coat, the coat of a preteens, are still hung up on the peg by the door. His book bag from school still sits on the bench. Nothing has changed. Although, one thing that has changed, in the family pictures that are hanging up on the wall, yours is missing. As you walk through to the living room, where you can hear the sound of the television on, the evening news playing, you walk in to find your mother and father sitting on the couch, a couple of trays in front of them with what look to be microwave dinners on the trays. And looking at them, they are wearing the same kind of workman's overalls that they wear from the lumber yard that they work at. They look like they've aged twice as much as they should have. Though it's only been 3 or so years, they look like they've aged 10 years, as they have shocks of silver and gray going through their hair. You can see almost like a spider web of gray in your father's beard. And they have wrinkles starting to show on their faces. And your sister looks to them and says, "Mom, Dad, never fucking believe it, but Bradley's here." Your mom looks over. "Bradley?"
I just stand there, kind of almost frozen, not sure what exactly I should do before just clearing my throat, saying, "Hey, Mom, yeah, it's me."
"I thought you were dead."
Well, yeah, just my bad. I just take a deep breath. I just been going through shit, and sorry, it's just hard to
Did you
express
find
myself.
Jacob?
It's just, it feels like when I hear that, my body just almost, all like my hairs almost stand up, like I entered a like panic mode if I hear that. As I'll just say, "No, Mom, I didn't find him," as like my eyes start to water up.
Roll me a composure and resolve.
You can't do this to me. This is not my terrible dice pool. I got a big fat 0.
Take 2 points of aggravated willpower damage.
I'm 1 away from total shutdown. It's just, it's just the pain that I'm feeling right now. Just feels intense. My heart is just aching as just the sadness of this whole scenario is getting to me. As I'll kind of continue and say, I'm sorry. You know, just I didn't know how to kind of deal with the shit that happened, and I kind of fucking bailed on you guys, and I decided I was here, and I decided I stopped by to say that I'm sorry, because you know that fucking sucks. And that was shitty of me to do. And after that, I just kind of go quiet, just hands at my side, looking down, not able to look at any of them because just the shame I feel in this moment.
Your sister looks over at your parents, then looks at you. "Are you hungry?"
I could use a little bit to eat. I'll walk on over.
She gestures to one of the seats and then goes walking into the kitchen. As you sit down, your parents just sit in silence, staring at the TV, poking at their microwaved meals and eating, making very little conversation, if any at all. Eventually, your sister brings out another microwave meal and sits it in front of you. They don't talk much. They just work and come home and go to bed and do it all over again. That's what it's been like.
Just nod to that as I think of if there's anything I can do to I'll just think to myself if there's anything I can do to potentially help this scenario before an idea kind of comes in my head, as I'll kind of clear my throat and just say, hey, Mom, Dad, I also came by to give some news. You have your grandparents. I have a kid, son.
You see your mom blink and kind of sit up a bit and look over in your direction. What?
Yeah, that was partially why I came to talk to you guys too, because I wanted to share that I have a kid, and I figured you should both know that you're grandparents, and that, yeah.
She leans over and jostles your dad. Jacob, did you hear that? He kind of grumbles slightly and looks over at you. What did I tell you about wrapping it up?
Well, I'm not the best at following advice, but there's a lot of shit that went down with it, but I'm trying to be there for him. His name's Cooper. Do you actually want to see a picture of him? I have one on my phone, and I'll just start I'll fumble for my phone and pull up a picture of him and show it to the both of them.
Your mom reaches over and takes the phone and shows it to your dad, and they both kind of smile as they're looking at the phone and the picture. Roll me a manipulation and persuasion.
That's 2 successes. We'll take it. I don't really have willpower to spend anyways.
As you look in their eyes, which were very dull and almost colorless, you start to see some light return to their eyes as they're looking at the photo. You start to see some color return. Your mom says, "He's got Jacob's eyes." "Oh, Bradley, he's beautiful."
I'll nod and say it's funny, that's one of the things I noticed too, that he had the same eyes.
Where is he? Is he here?
No, he's down in Florida. I live at Florida now. Just
Florida?
yeah, it's complicated. I can't. you know that I wasn't always doing the best of shits, you know, and kind of getting where I shouldn't be. And, you know, kind of led me down there. And, yeah.
Could we come visit? Could you bring him up for a visit? We'd love to meet him.
Yeah, I freeze for a second, kind of considering what they just said, and especially now trying to consider like my new existence and how this would all come together. And after kind of this moment of silence, I'll say, I can see about maybe bringing him up here one day. You know, he's don't really have a ton of money, and we, you know, it's complicated, but I can bring up the kid one day. That's just, yeah.
If you'll bring him up, we'll pay for the flights. We just want to meet him.
Sometime soon. I'll try and make that happen. It's kind of.
And what about his mother?
It's. She used to go actually somewhere around here, you know, and I probably don't. I know I don't deserve really her, and like what going on. I kind of fucked up and tried to, you know, get away from it, and eventually, you know, it came back to me despite all of that. And
you can hear your sister scoff from over in her place. Yeah, fucking typical.
But I'm there for him now, and I'm trying to get. I'm getting better at it, you know, and kind of seeing his eyes and seeing him. I don't know, just change something in me. It's hard to explain.
Well, you bring them up for a visit. We'll pay for the flights. We'll put you up. We would love to meet him.
Yeah, I think he'd really like you guys, and you know, you guys also probably have some good advice for, you know, raising a kid. I'm still not very sure of what I'm supposed to do as much, but YouTube is not very good for this. Not really giving me a lot of great advice.
I don't know if we did so well, but we can try.
I'll sit there for a second before I'll kind of stand up, and I'll just say, you know, thanks, Mom. I'll go to give her a hug.
She reaches up and wraps her arms around you, and they feel very frail at first, but as you get closer, she does give you a gentle squeeze. Now, here's the question, Forged. Were you genuine when she said, will you bring them up?
I do really want them to see him, because I saw the light enter back in their eyes, and there's something that just felt right about that. I'm not used to being the one that brings the light back into people's eyes, or to make people happy like that, or, you know, to be a good positive influence on someone's life. So was a crazy feeling for a second. But I am incredibly worried about how I'm gonna get that to happen, especially I didn't ask, you know, Lila what she thought, and I don't know how it would go with all the stuff going on down there, but I do want to try and make it happen. Hopefully
Genuinely.
yeah, genuinely want to try and make that happen, to try and give them more life back into their eyes, and to maybe try and get them out of this depressing hellhole, this depressing rut.
As she hugs you, she whispers into your ear, "We missed you, Bradley. You can heal 1 aggravated willpower damage. Only 1.
That's 1/4 of, that's 25% of my willpower right there.
That's not something to brag about."
But as I hear that, this is when I will actually finally have the tears start rolling down my eyes. I'll just kind of hug her a bit tighter.
Your father leans over and gives you a pat on the shoulder. "He's a good-looking boy, son. Just make sure he's not too much of a chip off the old block, unless it's this block."
I can try. It's just, yeah, let's just hope I don't, fuck everything up. It's kind of my AMO, so hopefully can avoid that with him, huh?
Sound like you're on the right path. You just gotta stick to it.
Thank you, Dad.
Your sister watches on. As she does, she has a very skeptical look on her face, but she says nothing. The 4 of you enjoy dinner, if you can call it that, together, and your parents are a little bit more lively in their discussion. They ask you how things have been in Florida. They don't probe too deeply. They keep the conversation fairly light. They ask how things have been over the past couple of years, but they just really keep it even-keeled. They don't want to press you too hard. They just enjoy your presence. And then after about an hour, things wrap up, and they, say their goodnights and prepare to send you on your way before heading up to bed. Your sister leads you back to the door. And as you're standing on the porch with her, she's standing by the door and she says, "Better have meant it. Because if you are going to just disappear again, I mean it. Stay gone, Bradley. Because this'll kill them. You can't keep doing this."
I'll make sure to be back. I promise. I'll text you guys when I get back down to Florida, and, at least try and keep you sort of updated.
You better. Because I will fucking kill you if you play around with them. They may have forgiven you, but I haven't yet. And she steps inside and closes the door. As you're left standing on the porch, what's going through your mind after this conversation?
It feels like simultaneously this was a really healing experience, but also one of the most depressing things I've ever walked into. I feel like part of the weight that was on me was lifted, and seeing the light kind of come back into my parents' eyes was something I didn't know I needed. But seeing the state of that house, hearing talk of my brother, and seeing my picture gone just hurts deeply. And I'm kind of left with this sense now that I need to do something about this, but also the pain now of knowing that I've helped cause this and probably directly caused all of this.
And with that, we transition to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story, where some pain, will it be resolved or will it be dug further into? Our scene begins in Bloomfield Hills, about an hour away from Hell, Michigan, where two Guru have traversed to the scene of a long past crime. Some say it's a crime of passion, a crime of revenge. Others say it's an unjust and unnecessary act. But regardless, it has led to consequences. Consequences of emotional pain and supernatural consequences. For Juniper has some ride-along passengers. So Delphine and Juniper, in hopes of healing the rift that has come between the two of them, have gone to the site of Delphine's old home, the Duncan residence in Bloomfield Hills. You arrived outside of the gates of the private property that was once a home. Passing through the gates and traversing up the long driveway, you come to the ruined remains of the house. Despite the fact that it's been months and months, almost a year, since the house burned down, it doesn't feel like it's been a day. In fact, as you arrive at the house, you could swear, looking upon the remains, that the ruins are still smoldering. That smoke still billows from cinders around the property. Looking at the ground, you feel like there's an emanating heat coming from the wreckage. The sky has darkened. Even though it was afternoon when you arrived, as soon as you stepped upon the grounds, it almost feels like it has become night. Something changed as soon as you arrived. This grounds feels wrong. It feels altered. It feels cold in your core. Even though the heat touches your exterior, you can't get warm. And the shadows extending from your bodies stretch. Where Delphine has 1, Juniper has 3. The scene is yours.
Delphine will just be staring at the ruins of the home that she grew up in. She never really looked at the photos of the crime scene, and just seeing it like this for the first time, it's hitting her in a way that she wasn't expecting. Growing up, she just wanted to be able to get out of the house more and go out and travel and do more beyond the gates of their property. But seeing it now, she's just grieving all over again. 18 years of her life just up in smoke. Just like that. No memories, nothing left. And she probably will, she definitely will have a little bit of a glassy sheen to her eyes seeing it all.
I am just kind of taking it all in. I'm staying silent to let Delphine just kind of process the scene, and also trying to figure out what is going on as well, because this isn't what the aftermath of a house fire usually looks like, and it's definitely been too long for it to still seem like it's smoldering. It's way too cold. So I am just kind of internally panicking, and despite my feelings of uncomfortableness, I'm not just letting Delphine have this moment.
Could we start by having you both make a composure and resolve check, please?
What's our rage?
Yeah.
We're going to start with both of you at a rage 2.
Three successes.
That is also 3 successes.
Okay, for the moment, you're both fine. A little unnerved, but fine.
Taking in the scene and just the environment and the sensation of the atmosphere around them. Just the heaviness, the coldness, the heat. She will, without looking away from the wreckage, will just ask Juniper, is this the extent of your rage?
Without looking at Delphine and just sharing in the wreckage. I mean, it's calmed down a lot since this happened.
Was there any hesitation?
No.
she just stares and just shakes her head. I don't understand how someone can go this far and not hesitate. The energy in the air is even wrong.
It wasn't like this that night.
Because you made it like this.
You made it like this.
I will quickly turn around towards the direction of that voice. Did you just hear that?
Did I just hear that?
Yes, but it just seems to emanate from around.
I'm like looking in multiple directions, trying to see if I can see anything.
Eliza taught me that the things that we do here on our plane can affect the other side. I would imagine it would affect even the Shadowlands. If we're already feeling this, and I can't even see, I haven't even looked on the other side yet. The scar left behind is probably really bad. Not just them, there's probably Banes to Juniper.
And all because I wanted revenge for my family. What a crazy reaction.
Do you want to know why I asked if you hesitated?
I'll look at Delphine. Why?
Because hesitation would have meant that you thought things through. You need to... I'm not trying to get onto you, but actions have consequences, and everything I've been learning from Eliza, this is bad, Juniper. This is something that needs to be fixed. This is an imbalance.
She doesn't believe in consequences.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I'll say out into the air. Look, Delphine, I was a completely different person when this all happened. I didn't know. I was freshly scorned. My life was complete chaos. You guys were all shitheads. I was very much a shithead. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not that Juniper.
Different? Ask the foreman!
Delphine will pause that and look at Juniper. What foreman?
for the sweet little puppy princess.
I start to get reactively angry.
Make composure and resolve, both of you.
Three successes again.
Also 3 successes, but it was damn near a brutal outcome.
Both of you take a point of rage and take a point of superficial willpower damage.
I'm going to spend the willpower and activate penumbral senses. I need to get eyes on them finally.
As you activate the penumbral senses, the scene doesn't change. Except the land that you see is flat. The house isn't there. The ground has been bulldozed and flattened. The house has been completely cleared away. There is no sign of a house. There's no sign of weaver structure, nothing. On the other side, it's all just smooth, leveled ground. The shadows stretched from Juniper are 2 figures, shadows themselves, that seem to loom, circling around both of you. But the entire landscape is smoothed out except for the trees that are on the horizon of the property.
Is there a roll I can make to try to suss out why that could be? Why the Umbra looks more like real than the actual...
Yeah, intelligence and occult.
Does my Umbra specialty come into play?
Sure.
That would be 5 successes.
This is probably an illusion on this side. A manifestation on this side that is not actually real. Because it is not having an impression on the other side.
Got it. Delphine will just grit her teeth a little bit and look to the shadows. Mom, Dad, you're taking it a little too far right now.
Darling, she did this to us. You weren't here. You didn't see it. You deserve to see it.
I've seen it. Take it away.
No. She must see it too.
I mean, I'm looking right at it. I also see it.
What do you want from her? Let me help you, please.
What do we want? What we've always wanted. To be one big, happy family.
Well, now I know you're full of shit, Dad.
No. All we ever did was for you. Brianna. If only you could understand. Let me help you understand.
Delphine. Don't.
She'll be staring at the shadow that she assumes is her father.
Delphine, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if these are your parents. This is pretty messed up.
The deads, when they die angry, they can get really bad. Juniper.
You're going to trust the words of the killer? The devourer? She should know we might still be inside her.
Oh. Definitely nothing inside me.
Another composure and resolve roll from both of you.
That would be 7 successes with a crit.
Yeah, that's just 3 successes.
Okay. Juniper, take another point of rage and take 2 points of superficial willpower damage. But you are fine, Delphine. You are managing to keep your cool.
I have honestly no idea how to respond to this situation anymore, and I'm just, pretty panicked on the inside. Legitimately don't know how to respond to what's happening. And I'm just kind of waiting for Delphine to figure it out, because I don't know.
Delphine will be analyzing the situation and looking at Juniper, who does she seem like, is it very evident that she is panicking?
Her face is definitely pretty pale, and she's just staring straight at you, not really blinking, just very focused.
At this point, Delphine, on the other side, the shadows actually clear into the images of your parents. They look normal at first. Your mother steps forward. Brianna. Help us. There's only one way.
do you want?
Avenge our death, and then join us. And as she says that, their forms change into the mangled, chewed upon remains that they were left as after Juniper had ravaged them. Roll me another composure and resolve.
Am I seeing this as well, or is it up in the
Just only her.
Okay. Am I rolling as well?
Nope, just her. 4. All right. Gain another rage and take a point of superficial willpower damage.
I'm going to just breathe it in through my nose, out through my mouth, and I'm going to look over Juniper. Do you have anything that you're attached to on you right now?
I start to pat myself down. I don't carry much on me.
We can give you the tool you need.
I'm ignoring them, and we came here in a car, right? So
yeah.
Oh, look, did you bring your axe? Something?
No. I mean, you can have my hair, I can rip out a tooth, something. I don't know.
Storyteller.
What the fuck is happening?
Question: would a body part of hers work as a piece as a material piece with emotional resonance?
Maybe.
Okay, because
She ate them.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm going to walk up to her and just yank out a piece of hair and wrap it around my hand, my palm. And then I'm going to ask her to take my hand.
I immediately grab Delphine's hand.
I would like to perform the rite of caging on her.
Okay. Go ahead and describe what the rite of caging does.
The rite of caging hampers a creature of the physical world from interacting with the Umbra. In some cases, the rite of caging can even eject a creature of flesh from the spirit world. To enact the rite master must have in their possession an item of some emotional resonance from the target.
Okay.
The difficulty is equal to the local gauntlet rating.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
It's wisdom. I just see her getting angry, and I kind of want to just make sure that that from the Umbra aren't fucking with her. I get one. So I get a rage dice for an additional participant, right? Is how rights work?
Yes, but is she participating? She doesn't know the right, and she's not really actively participating in it. And she's the target of the right, so I definitely wouldn't think she's participating in it.
3 successes.
The right fails. The gauntlet is too thick.
Well, did it work?
She starts shaking her head. I can't cut them off from you. I can't cut you off from the Umbra.
You were trying to cut me off from the Umbra?
They're in the Umbra. They're in the dark Umbra. I thought they would be able. It would stop them from talking to you.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
The gauntlet's too thick. It's too much here. They want me to kill you, and then myself to go away.
Isn't this what you've always wanted? To be a family with us? For us to accept you? Well, we do. She stopped us from having the chance in flesh. Will you let her stop us from having it in spirit?
Is this still just Delphine hearing this? Oh, okay. Delphine. I am genuinely sorry about how this has affected you.
Dance around the words more, murderer. I'm sorry how this has affected you. You feel nothing.
Nope, I actually feel bad about how bad she feels about it. But please don't turn this into a murder-suicide.
So you just want me to do what you want now. That's how it's gonna work, like always, Mom? Dad?
The choice is yours, my girl. To continue to suffer alone beside a murderer who took everything from you. Or to be free, accepted, and loved with your family. But until you do, we will be in pain because of her.
You can just go.
No.
You have the choice. Yes, you have the choice. It's always been you guys in control.
She took the choice.
You have the power now. You're choosing to stay.
Another composure and resolve check from both of you.
Five successes.
Nothing but a brutal outcome.
Okay. How many rage are you currently at, Juniper?
I'm at 4 rage.
Okay. You go up to 5 rage and take another. Actually, You just got a brutal outcome? So take
Yep,
5
that's it.
points of superficial willpower damage. If you fail another one, you will frenzy. But you are fine, Delphine.
Delphine, I really, we need to figure this out sooner rather than later.
We need to walk away from the property.
Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. That's what you've always wanted, isn't it, darling? Parents who will go with you wherever you go, who will dote on you wherever you are. I suppose you can have it. Or I guess she'll have it for you. She took everything, even your parents.
Delphine, whatever your parents have become, they're real fucking assholes.
They're wraiths.
And she can keep killing without repercussions. Making more orphans like you.
Believe me when I say there's fucking repercussions.
We need to leave.
Alright. Can you walk, or do you...
I'm fine. I'm honestly ready to run away from you if I need to.
Please don't run.
Start walking in front of me, please.
I can do that. And I will take a deep breath and do my best to ignore the whatever the fuck Delphine's parents have become and just blank the scene around us from my mind and start walking towards the car.
Okay, so here's how it's going to work. You can either choose to make another composure and resolve check to leave, with the difficulty increased, or you can take 2 points of aggravated willpower damage to pass automatically. If you fail, however, you will be stuck.
I'll take the ag.
I will take the ag.
Okay. So as you push through the illusion, the shadows disperse from around you, leaving just a leveled plain behind you of flattened dirt at the end of the driveway, the house evaporating, the sun pouring in on the ground behind. The voices vanish. That feeling of cold still lingers. The feeling of heat from the embers goes away. It's just the heat of the sun on your skin, as it is still summer in Michigan. But the wraiths, they haven't gone. they have not been dealt with. The unfinished business is far from finished. Is that the only way to be rid of them? Will these wraiths really tell you the truth? Revenge can likely only be answered with revenge. Has the rift been healed or further separated? We now go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Dramatic Creations, Pantry Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow SPbN on all socials with the hashtag StPeteByNight. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at ko-fi.com/stpetebynight to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. We return at Hell Creek Ranch, an equestrian center and campground owned by Shawn Cross, the Black Fury Theurge of the Hell Sept. Now, Shawn and Delphine had a very contentious relationship in the past, as he was Delphine's mentor, but because of her troubled habit and because of some suspicions that Delphine had, they didn't quite get along, and it led to Delphine being outcast. But Delphine's suspicions were proven to be correct. But Shawn also wasn't wrong about Delphine's troublesome habit. So while they were both right, they both also may have taken it a little bit too far. Needless to say, because of a vision Delphine had at their last meeting, it seems that they want to clear the air. And Delphine wants to give Shawn a warning before the mission to the mine that's to take place. But how will this interaction be affected after her trip up to Bloomfield Hills? She's brought along Raymond, who also has some words for Shawn, and also is there to provide a more steadying support, as well as to advise the proceedings, as he knows about their contentious history and wants to make sure that nothing goes awry or amiss, as well as ask a few questions of his own. So as they arrive at the ranch, taking the long drive down past the fields, they find Shawn out in the yard with the grazing horses. He waves to them as they park, gesturing for them to come join him. As they approach, he's brushing down one of the mares, and he greets them. Good afternoon. It's good to see both of you.
It's good to see you too, Shawn.
Delphine will just nod to him and be using Ray as partially like a body block, almost like a buffer. She's not fully behind him, but she is like just behind his shoulder a little bit.
I must admit, I was surprised when you both called to ask to meet. I assumed you'd be well on your way by now, but it is nice to see you once more before you make your way out of town. What can I do?
Well, I know I had a few questions to ask, but I'm also here to support Delphine in this interaction. But we talked a little bit before during the party, and you said that, you were happy for us to all be back, and that us being gone allowed you to put things in perspective. I wanted to get a better understanding of what you meant by that. What exactly happened with us being gone that put everything that happened into a better view?
I didn't realize how impatient I had been, how rash, how, well, off balance I had become. I had lost my focus. I was not giving Delphine, especially, the time, attention, and care that she deserved. And truthfully, I was not paying attention to the spiritual side of things here. I was not tending to the bond and the cairn and its protection as well as I should have been. In truth, what Delphine had seen, had witnessed, very well could have been correct, and most likely was. And I was unwilling to hear it. Now I'm sure in the time since you've been back, you've heard the stories of our past. And honestly, I'd be happy to answer any questions or expand upon it if you wish, but the truth of the matter is, Fenris is a touchy subject. And hearing it, mention of it, even in the slightest, it hurts. The thought that that spirit could be preying upon anyone here infuriates me. And I didn't realize how much until I was separated from it. Until I had already done the damage I had done. And then it made me realize that maybe I was falling victim to it. That maybe Fenris had preyed upon me. And truthfully, when all of you were gone, it lingered for a while. And I didn't notice it until it was truly gone. And when it was like the veil being lifted from my eyes. Or it was like waking up after having been in a coma. Or waking up from a bad dream. A nightmare. I witnessed all of the terrible things I had done during that time. And I had to come to terms with the fact that they were real. So to have a chance, no matter how impossible, to right any kind of wrong that I had committed, and I will take full responsibility for that wrong. I had become everything I have spent my entire Guru existence combating against. The power, the authority, the threat. I had taken dominion over someone, or tried to. And as a Black Fury, that does not stand. So believe me when I tell you, I am sorry, and I was wrong, and Delphine was right. I do worry about what she's doing to herself. But she is her own person. And she is allowed to make her own choices. But it will not help her in her fight. It will only hinder her. And while she may believe it assists her, and I don't mean to talk to you like you're not here, darling. But if it does, it will hinder her. It will hinder you in your ability to act effectively in this war we are in. You could be so much stronger than you even know. But that's for you to discover, not for me to force upon you like I have tried to. Your power, your ability is yet untapped. You will see one day. I believe it, because I believe you are truly stronger than you know.
She just stares at him, her fists clenched, still feeling just everything from Bloomfield Hills and just having taken comfort in her drugs after returning. And she'll just stare at him. My entire life, I felt like I was outcast from my own family. I was running away from them. And then I found you guys, and I thought I could have a fresh start. And when I tried to warn you about something, you guys pushed me away.
We failed you, Delphine. And I'm glad that you were in a place that won't. At least I hope they don't. And I'm glad that you're with people like Raymond. People who believe in you and can steady you. Because you deserve nothing less. You should have had that the entire time, but we were weak. Weaker than we believed at the time. We were broken and lost. But like all Guru, we were proud. And we would not show weakness. We couldn't. Because to show weakness in this society is to be devoured. And unfortunately, Fenris sees through it. You knew that, because you were wiser at the time than we were. This is what I mean by your untapped potential. Even as a new pup, you saw things that the elders could not.
We are Garu and we don't have the... We can't let the past affect us. We don't have that courtesy. You didn't just fail me. You failed Forged. You failed Juniper. You failed Rory. You failed Ray. We didn't know anything about what we were. We were struggling, all of us. And you neglected us. You can't let that happen again. You can't ignore the warnings. Can't let your pride cloud your judgment. Or your insight.
I agree. You're right.
I saw something when I was last with you guys in the bar. You didn't listen to me back then, but please listen to me now when I say that what you are going into is a lot more dangerous than we initially thought. It's not just Pentex. I think that the spiral is there. And if you're not careful, it will get you.
All right. I believe you. I will let Red know. Honestly. I will make sure it's part of our preparations. I promise.
Take care of Stakes. We can't lose her.
If you don't believe anything else we've said in your time here, believe this. Stakes is our family and always has been. We love her as one of our own. We protect her as one of our own. And there is nothing that we wouldn't do for her. She is not a pawn to be sacrificed. Because though you felt mistreated here during your time, and yes, you were, we wouldn't have sacrificed you either. We take our sept very seriously. We treat and believe our sept to be family. Even though families fight, even though families make mistakes with one another, if you are a part of this sept, you are a part of this family. And even though you are thousands of miles away as part of another sept, to us you will always be part of this family. And we will not sacrifice any of our family, ever. Not while I have the ability to ensure that that doesn't happen.
I don't know much about the spiral, but from what Delphine described in that vision, it sounds like you're walking into something insanely dangerous. And I know that we've had issues in the past as a pack with the Sept, but I don't think any of us want to see any of you die. And it's good to know that you're willing to protect stakes, that you're willing to protect everyone here at the Sept, but I also think you should protect yourself as well. So, that's my opinion.
I have lived a very long Guru life. I will always look out for those younger than me first. Most Guru don't get the privilege to live as long as I have. I will, of course, do everything I can to ensure that I make it out of any situation. But if I can save more, even at the sacrifice of myself, I will try to. To lose one to save 5, or even 2, is worth it.
I understand and respect that.
But I will try. But again, let's not assume doom. Visions, while they should be caution, can also be forewarnings of things to come in the long term. But I will heed your warning, and I will make it part of our preparations, because I do not ignore anything Delphine says now, as I have learned from my mistake. But let us not always assume the immediate worst. But we will not be ignorant either.
Hard not to be doom and gloom when everything I ever see is fucking nightmarish.
I understand. As a thought, consider this. I'll leave you with this, and this will be the last I speak of it. You believed, and do believe, that the substance affects your visions, helps your visions, and I have used substances of my own to affect my visions. Where the substance originates from can have an effect on the vision. It doesn't make the vision false. Try different substances. Try substances from the wild. Just something to consider. Because as I said, I have used substances also for my visions and my rites. Maybe you won't see something so gloomful next time. A theurge lesson for you to consider. Something I should have done a long time ago.
She kind of ducks her head just because Ray knows exactly where she gets the substances from and who and what she gets the substances from, so she immediately assumes he's giving her a little bit of side eye. And is just trying to avoid looking at that completely.
Not giving any side eye, but I am turned and looking at Delphine in more of a worried look. And then when she ducks her head, I'm gonna lift up my hand and kind of like put it on her shoulder, as like reassuring that I'm not looking at her that way.
She stiffens a little bit, just a little amped up over everything that's been happening lately, but does relax after a few seconds. and fiddling with her sleeves will look up again.
There was one other matter of business that I did want to take care of before your departure, though. The moon bridge. This was part of the arrangement. In order for the gate to be fully connected, I am to supply to you a stone from our hearth and to receive a stone from yours. You will need to return this to your cairn, and your gatekeeper will have to do the appropriate rite for it to be connected. I will do the rite before we leave on our mission. As soon as they have done theirs, the moon bridge will be connected. And he reaches into his satchel and pulls out about a palm-sized stone and passes it to you. Here is the stone from ours.
Delphine will reach into her pocket and pull out the wrapped, like she has it wrapped in a little piece of cloth, but she'll pull out the moonstone that Artie gave to them, and then just hand it over to Ray.
I'll take the rep stone and walk a little closer to Shawn to exchange.
He takes the stone and passes you the other. Excellent. I will ensure that the rite is done before we take any movements northward.
Understood. Once we head out, it should only take us a couple days or so to make it back down to Florida.
Very good. Are you all right, Delphine?
She is tugging at her sleeves. This trip's just been a lot for me, and I've been having to deal with a lot more than most people should, I think, be dealing with, but we don't get to choose the shit that falls on our lap.
Is there anything I can help with? At least some guidance before you leave.
You know anything about getting rid of ghosts?
Some?
She'll look at Ray. We have a situation with our pack. Up to Ray on how much of the details he wants another Sept to know.
I will look towards Delphine. I mean, it's your situation. So, whatever you feel is necessary to learn what you need to figure out a solution.
Well, shortly before we left Hell and we were sent away, Juniper learned a connection between us. Allegedly, my parents had some involvement in the deaths of her family. And she took matters into her own hands without realizing how drastic the consequences could be. While we were down in Tampa, I've learned that I can step into the Shadowlands and also see the other side. The Dark Umbra. I can see wraiths. And Juniper has acquired 2 tag-alongs. My parents, who are unlikely to leave now that I know their demands. The scar that they left behind at the scene of the crime is significant. and was affecting both myself and Juniper.
Interesting. Well, obviously there are a multitude of ways to banish spirits or to do away with them. Most spirits have unsettled business, I'm sure you're aware, as stories have told us. Settling their affairs will often allow them to pass on. However, for the more violent and vindictive spirits, there is another matter. However, it is more destructive in its own right. I'm not sure it's one that I would recommend, considering the sensitive nature, but it is something to consider.
The alternative is in their demands is killing Juniper and then myself to make them fully go away. So, and she'll
I
look
wouldn't
at
recommend
Ray.
that.
She'll look at Ray, just completely dead stare serious.
I will be a little bit wide-eyed and shocked at that statement, just staring at Delphine.
Then yes, you have a very vindictive spirit on your hands.
Spirits.
Spirits, yes. Another way you can combat spirits, funny enough, is with the same material you are dealing with us to seek, old iron. That is why graveyards are surrounded by iron fences. However, to combat such spirits with this material is to destroy them. There will be no rest. There will be no passing on. They will be truly destroyed. So before taking such measures, you would have to come to terms with the thought that you will be truly killing your parents completely.
She feels her heart sink even more than it's already been this entire time. And she just looks utterly defeated hearing that. She just feels right now that there is no good solution and it's just getting to her. And she is feeling she's starting to feel hopeless over it.
Delphine, there is always room for more study. I have a limited amount of knowledge on this topic. This is a break glass in emergency solution. But there is always room for study. And you have a vast and growing network of knowledgeable guru at your disposal. Continue to ask questions, continue to inquire until the situation becomes truly dire. You have time, but it is good to know all of your options. And that is one of them.
She'll nod.
Another possibility is determining what type of spirit they are, as the spirits vary in their types. This I have a limited knowledge on, but I have heard that what they are capable of, what they can do, varies. Knowing their strengths and weaknesses you might be able to learn a bit more about what binds them. And if you can find other ways to release them. Maybe you can find a way to release them that won't destroy them, but may also not require you to take such drastic measures. But again, I am not an expert on the topic. One of Raymond's tribe, perhaps, could be found that would know a great deal more, as that is their expertise. But you would have to seek them out. I do not know of many of his tribe.
She'll look at Ray and just sigh a little bit. Do you know any more ghost counsel?
I'll shake my head slowly. Fortunately, I have not met anyone else that belongs to my tribe.
She'll sigh. Maybe Eliza or Charles know someone.
That's definitely a possibility. We can definitely ask when we go back.
She'll look between Shawn and then Ray, and she'll shake her head. I feel like I've taken over the conversation. Did you want to talk to him about anything?
I'll slowly shake my head. I feel like the conversation has led to some good discussions. I just wanted to ask that question, and you opened up a lot from that one question. So that answered most of everything else I had. I appreciate you meeting with us, Shawn, and talking.
It's my pleasure. Before you go, I would offer one more parting gift, if you will. Excuse me a moment. He goes walking over towards one of the stables. Two of you have a moment to talk while I scroll and look something up.
Okay. Delphine will watch him go, and then once he's gone, we'll look to Ray. Just the situation with Juniper is going to be very complicated, Ray. I don't know how much of what I heard is true, but it's bad.
I'll let out a sigh and then put both my hands on my hips. When I first heard from you about what happened, and the more that I'm learning about it, it definitely seems like a situation that will take a lot of effort and time to fully figure out. But it's not an impossible task.
She pauses. I don't think they were the only ones that she's gotten. We have to keep an eye on her. You didn't see it, but things that can come of blind rage vengeance, it leaves a scar. And the scar she left behind in Bloomfield Hills is not good.
I wasn't there to see it, but I will take your word for it. I mean, I would say that the good thing about scars is over time they fade, but when you cut deep enough, the scar heals a lot slower. So
The fact that they were their wraiths were able to affect how we were seeing the space in this plane. It was normal in the Umbra, but building was still smoldering.
Shawn returns, coming back from the stables, carrying a leather-wrapped object that looks to be about 18 inches long and cylindrical. There has been a lot of anger and frustration between us in the past. I believe now it's time for peace. He pulls back the leather flap and pulls out what looks to be a wooden carved flute. And the flute has an image of Luna and Helios dancing on the side of it. This is what is called a talisman, and it is called the harmony flute. When you play the notes of this flute, you encounter someone who is in the depths of anger and rage. This will soothe their spirit. This will bring them to a place of peace. Long have I wished that I had this at hand, and long has it aided me in times of need. Perhaps, considering the circumstances you have oft found yourselves in with members of your pack, it can be an aid for you in the future. He wraps it up once more and passes it over. Perhaps your Galliard or one of the members of your pack can make good use of it.
I will reach out and take the wrapped flute. I mean, this is a big parting gift that you're bestowing on us. And hopefully, like you said, it aids us well, and in the time when we need it desperately, it succeeds.
Well, just in case everything does go poorly, it'd be nice to know one of you has it.
Probably need it.
Thank you, Shawn.
Please go in peace, and know that we do wish the best for all of you. I know it hasn't seemed like it, and that our intentions have seemed skewed all throughout this time, but at least now, know that we only wish the best for you. He offers a smile and bows his head.
I'll offer a smile back.
He then reaches over and takes the reins of the horse and starts walking back towards the stables, leaving the two of you behind. What's going through your mind after this interaction with Shawn, starting with you, Raymond?
I came here to ask Shawn about his feelings about us being gone, about the reason why he reacted that way when we first met, why he was so happy. Because out of everyone, I feel like most people were most suspicious of Shawn. So to get his side and to get that understanding was what I wanted the most. And to hear him admit to his wrongs and admit that Delphine was right, to me, hopefully, that alleviates something from her. And the whole situation that we now face between Juniper and Delphine and the ghosts. I mean, it sounds like a very impossible task, a very daunting one, but I think I understand the most not to give up during a very daunting and possibly a task that will lead to failure. So I'm not going to give up on this, and hopefully Delphine doesn't either.
And Delphine.
Delphine feels like hell is a place, not just hell, Michigan is a place of a lot of emotional baggage for her, where she has held the most grudges and felt weighed down by it. While she doesn't feel like everything with Juniper is close to being resolved yet, not so long as her parents continue to stick around, she does feel some of the weight when it comes to Shawn lifted now that she's been able to get some stuff off her chest and has physically listened to him admit where he went wrong in their relationship. And she does genuinely hope that her vision helps and prevents anyone, him included, from dying in the mines. Because despite any anger she feels towards anyone, she doesn't ever wish death on anyone that's wronged her.
And now, we transition to our next scene. They say you can never go home again. Well, Forged has already been home again. And that was a very trying experience. So after a trying experience, like going home, you need to blow off some steam. And the best way to do that is to visit your best friend. And the last time you got to hang out with Duncan, got to have a good smoke sesh, you got to chill, you got to literally sink into the couch and just hang out. Now, it's been some time since you've talked to Duncan. You texted him after you found out that the baby mama was on your trail. He didn't know anything about it. He gave you a heads up that she was coming, but you haven't really stayed in touch as well as you'd like to. But you're in town, so why not reach out? So you shoot him a text asking if he's around. And you get a message back saying, sure, come on by. So you head over to his apartment. Downtown Ypsilanti is a area that has gone through its rough patches. The area surrounding Eastern Michigan University is a complex and diverse place. It has had rough times, but it's on the rise. It's become a place of arts and culture, but it also has its fair share of crime and rundown areas. And Duncan, well, he lives in one of the more rundown areas because who wants to get a job? So you head to his apartment and you climb the stairs until you're outside his door. Now, you have the type of friendship where you don't knock, you don't ask to come in, you don't even text saying you're there. You've been so comfortable with Duncan that you'll just walk right in. What are you thinking and feeling as you prepare to meet with Duncan?
I feel a bit exhausted, to be honest, from my earlier experience, meeting up with family again, but I am very happy to at least have something to just put everything away. I can go in here and just forget about the family, all my responsibilities and all the werewolf shit. I can just sit here, have a good smoke, shoot the shit, and just, chat with my buddy and just not have to worry about anything. So I'm very honestly relieved and excited to be here.
So as you open the door to the apartment and stride your way into the living room, the apartment is dark. And then the lamp switches on. And sitting in the armchair with the cell phone in her hand is a woman in a business pantsuit with blonde hair tied up atop her head and glasses, holding Duncan's cell phone. The woman you last knew as Vanessa, who you saw at the bar in hell. Hey there, DB. Long time no see. How's that PlayStation treating you?
There's just a moment of shock, kind of trying to process what's going on before kind of relax. We're like, oh, I didn't know you knew Duncan. Y'all hooking up?
Oh, we're just friends, but we've become very well acquainted.
Oh, okay. Shit, small world, I guess. Is he around? But the PS5, it's just, it's something. I got a new one. Something happened to it. Gotta get another one. But I was coming here to meet my bro. Do you know where he went?
Oh yeah, he's in the bedroom getting changed. He'll be out in just a minute. But why don't you have a seat and tell me all about yourself?
I mean, all right. Sorry, just a little caught off guard. Isn't like
We're
I
gonna
just
have
came
a
in
party.
here. We're having a party? Oh shit, who's coming?
Oh, it's just the three of us. But it'll be a great time.
There's like a look of confusion, but I'm not as much worried that like, oh, I'm about to get stabbed. It's like, is she like coming on to me right now? This is what's going on here? Like, this is kind of weird, but all right. I'll like go on over, take a seat on the couch as I'll look on over and say, so how things been treating you? I know you're on some business earlier, at least passing by. How, I guess you decided to stick around, or what's going on with that?
Well, I travel a lot for business, and it just seems business had to bring me back up here, and I wanted to stop by and see some friends.
I mean, fair enough. It's almost a similar situation for me. I was kind of out of town for a while. Or I guess I'm on some business out of here, down south, and decided to come on back. Some business up here, meet up my homie Duncan, just kind of all that stuff.
Oh, you travel for business too?
Not as kinda. It's a little complicated. I kind of had like to move down south, so like I do business down there, but sometimes like I can come up here, do some work.
And what do you do down there?
I like help with this park, like park management, like upkeeping. I want to make sure like I'm like all for nature. Like I'm all down for it. So I want to help out when I can. I say lying through my teeth.
I like parks. What do you do at the park?
Oh, it's like take up trash, kind of just make sure no one's lost, like upkeep stuff. It's kind of important. It's making sure that like none of the animals eat the pollution and plastic and whatever.
You know which parks I really like? The parks in Hillsborough County in Florida.
Oh, that's kind of crazy you say that. That's kind of like where I work around. That's pretty crazy. That's kind of odd coincidence there, huh? Small world.
That is a small world. So what's your favorite park?
Oh, I got a few. There's like this one, I think, like nearby Lettuce Lake or something like that. There was like one, and there's just kind of like all of them, just
Well, I'll
big
have
fan,
to
like I
check
said,
it
big
out. I
fan.
haven't been by there yet.
Yeah, but I guess said you work down in Florida too. You kind of in that area since you said that's
I
your favorite park.
do. I'm actually setting up a beautiful garden in Piney Point. You should come see it sometime. You can be my guest.
Oh, I think I've like heard about that. It's. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could maybe like check it out. Maybe one time. I don't know. Just hear some friends mention it before. They're kind of like weird. I don't know. They're like conspiracy theorist people.
Well, it is
Promote
the
it.
up and coming hotspot. It gets a lot of attention in certain circles.
That does sound pretty tempting. I know. I mainly been hanging around Ybor. I mean, that's been my kind of place to hang. I mean, it's got some pretty cool places.
Ybor, really? What's your favorite place to hang in Ybor?
I mean, it depends on what you're going there for. Like
What do you
Bradley's
go
got some pretty good
for?
For me, I mean, I like to get get a little drunk, have some dance around, maybe meet some new people. I mean, Bradley's a great place for some cheap drinks and meeting some people. Castle's pretty good for hanging around, like all sorts of different kinds of people and having a dance. It's a little crowded sometimes though. It's only open like 2 days a week, which is kind of crazy.
That is kind of crazy, but you got to get in when you can. It's like a very exclusive place to be.
Yeah. So what do you do for work? I know you say you're setting up gardens. Is that like kind of what you like garden work?
I'm very into botany and science.
I know someone like that. I know someone who also likes plants and science and stuff. I think it's more on the end of like, the smoking kind.
Oh, really? Who's that?
uh, I mean, let me think about. I only met him once. He's a friend of my friend. I have to ask her if it's cool if I share it because, like, I don't know with his policy on introducing new people if he's trying to like get more clients or whatever.
But we're friends of friends. That basically makes us friends. I mean, I thought we were friends. I bought you a PS5 after all.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I guess. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to I just want to. I'm hanging out with this chick a lot, and I know, like, when she gets pissed off, she's kind of really annoying.
Well, I don't
know.
want to cause any trouble. That's the last thing I want.
I mean,
But what
appreciate
else? What else do you like to do? Who else are you hanging out with?
Just I don't know. I mean, kind of people I work with, like coworkers. They're just. I mean, they were really annoying at first, like really annoying, but they're kind of getting better now. I don't know. I think they're just kind of growing on me, like I don't know, like what's that shit? Mold. There you go. Growing on me like mold.
So your coworkers like Brianna, Duncan, and Juniper, Camine.
Yeah. You remember their names from
From the bar.
the bar? Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't expect you to remember that.
Oh, I have a very good memory.
I have to keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, they're actually I've traveled with a couple of them. We like did a group thing, go on south. But yeah, I mean, we work together. That's like we also do some of the park stuff.
Oh, they work with you at the park.
Yeah, like some of them. The Delphine one, she does. It's surprising. You would think she wouldn't really be into it, but like apparently she has a real like big passion for plants and shit. I help her out a lot with it too. She also has to ask me for help for a lot of the more physical stuff, so I always make sure to take some time out to really help her out.
That makes sense. She does seem very frail.
Yeah, I mean, she at least knows a couple things though. She's kind of smart.
So she's very intelligent.
Yeah, she knows a thing or two. I don't know. I mean, we never really do like math or whatever, but the things that we like talk about, or at least how she talks, she seems to know a lot. She likes to do a lot of studying, apparently. Me personally, I can't really have me try and sit down and read something for a while. It's not really my style. I like to more, be doing shit.
What's the most impressive thing you've seen her do?
That is a good question. It comes to Delphine, because I mean, she ain't done a lot of physical stuff. I mean, there's times when she had been forced to run, like she can fucking run, which is surprising. You'd think she's so frail she wouldn't be able to, but I mean, she apparently like really big into like ghosts and stuff. I don't know why, like some weird seance shit. It's I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Like I don't know. I don't really like the stone business, and I'm not like an amethyst, like will heal whatever person. But hey, I mean, it's cool how much she knows.
So you don't like talking to ghosts. You like to be very here, very present. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very in the now, because I getting involved with all that kind of what ifs and weird stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's just sometimes can be a waste of time, when you're all this shit going on in the real world. Like, why are you losing all this attention towards the stuff that didn't matter?
Absolutely. And what about Juniper? What is she like?
That's a good question. I don't think she likes anything. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I mean, every time I've interacted with her, oh my god, she's either pissed or depressed, and there's like maybe a little in between, like on that scale, but it's just I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to like get to help her out and like try and get better with her. It's just every time I try, it just feels like kicking the nuts. Just so annoying. I mean, for when we were like still in here, I hosted a party and I invited her to it, and she wasn't even thankful for it. She like, I think bailed at some point. I don't remember seeing her after a while, but it's just, I'm trying to do more for her, but she's just kind of not taking it.
Well, I can tell you what she hates: vegetables.
I wouldn't even be surprised. That would, I don't know. But she does seem like the type to like, I don't know. She would seem like a vegan. She has that like air to her of a vegan air.
Oh no, she's got an all protein diet.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I meant more in the way of like that kind of, how like vegans are very like holier than thou, like, oh, why are you sticking to that diet? That's what I get from Juniper at times. I don't know, but hey, that's just me. I'm trying to get better at it though. I'm trying to like get that olive branch out. Do you have any coworkers you don't like? I don't know. I feel like we all got some coworkers that pisses us off, but what about you?
I have gotten the most eclectic group of coworkers recently. In fact, some new coworkers have recently come to town that have just really spiced things up.
Why don't you tell me about them? Like, you know, I want to know all about my shit. Hear about some of your coworkers that been interesting, yeah.
Oh, well, what can I talk about? Well, there's this fascinating young man who recently came to town who's just, he is so driven. He's got this just focus that is unmatched. And boy, what a looker. Like, such a good looking young man. And he's ambitious, to say the very least. He knows what he wants, and he will stop at nothing to get it. Let's just say he didn't know where he was going at the beginning. He was very lost at the start. But then he was found and set on the right path. And now he knows exactly where to go.
At this point, like I'm like leaning back on the couch, and I'm kind of like looking like kind of past her at this point, like looking around, and I think to myself, that was weird, how she phrased that. Where I just kind of, I mean, you know, I totally can relate to that, and the fact of like I'm really driven. You know, I've always tried to get what I wanted. You know, I understand that. Very ambitious. You know, just. So, I mean, glad to hear that there's more people like that.
And then, of course, there's our wonderful CEO. She has been our guiding light, although she cracks the whip like no one else. But, well, you don't want to get on the bad side of her.
I mean, it sounds a little stressful, though. I mean, she's really on your guys' asses about stuff and don't want to be on the bad end of it. I mean, it sounds like it can be a little bit of a stressful work environment.
It's very productive work. And as long as you do what you're told, all is well. But that's not why we're here. We're here to have a party. And I think Duncan is about ready. Aren't you, Duncan? And you hear some rustling from behind the bedroom door. Are you ready to party?
I mean, I sit forward at this point, like, yeah, hey, I mean, Duncan, it's been a while. I've finally gotten to town. I've been waiting for you.
At this point, the bedroom door opens. And out lumbers Duncan and then some. Because there are 4 arms, Duncan's head, and then another head, and 3 legs as they come shuffling out of the door, lumbering forward. This grotesque Frankenstein mass of appendages. Go ahead and declare your first intention.
guess I will ask, what is Vanessa just still sitting there? Is she
Yep.
like doing anything?
Nope.
There is an initial moment of just shock of what the fuck, what happened to him, and just kind of processing the situation before I'm going to rush forward and try and, I guess, subdue him if possible. Just try and like grab him, try and tie him up, or at least try and knock him out. Just because that's my boy, you know, that's my boy Duncan. I'm not just gonna kill him, or I gotta see if I can somehow help him.
All right, give me a strength and brawl. You are still in your Hamid form.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't want to shift just yet, and you know, even though she's being really weird, I'm not exactly sure how she's involved in this. So I'm not just gonna try and murder her out of nowhere. What's my rage at?
I would say you're definitely at a rage 2 now.
Okay, nice. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. There we go. 6 successes with a crit.
Okay, so as you leap forward, grabbing onto the limbs, you are able to tie up with this massive creature. You don't do any damage, but you are effectively grappled as you have tied with the creature. Declare your next intention.
Yeah, so I grab onto him. I imagine right now, if I can, like, trip him onto, like, the floor. So I'm holding him down as I look up now to Vanessa, and I'll just yell out, "What the fuck happened to him? What's going on?"
I told you, he was getting changed. Go ahead and make me another strength and brawl to try and pin him to the floor. It was a tie, so you're grappled, but you didn't take him down yet.
At this point, I will actually shift. Yeah, at this point, I will shift to Glabro. At this point, she is kind of acknowledging she has a part in this, so she is like knowing of what's kind of going on. So I'll get into Glabro. Allow me to hold on. I got to change my thing.
Okay, so yeah, make the rage check, and don't forget you got the 2 dice shifting penalty, so you won't get the bonus this round, but make the strength and brawl.
Yep, I just had made success on the rage check. I am going to use one of my 2 remaining willpowers. Another 6.
Okay. So again, you are tied. You do not get the upper hand on this, as the 2 of you are just holding on each other. So you are not able to let go of one another. But nobody gets the upper hand on this one. At this point, Vanessa stands up from her seat and says, "Well, you know what they say, 3's a crowd, so I'll just leave you to it." And she just starts walking towards the door, opening the door, and stepping outside, closing it behind her. Declare your next intention.
I wouldn't be able to react to her walking out, potentially.
You can, sure. But she's not, you can't get to her because you are tied up with the creature.
Okay, I was potentially going to ask to use Spirit of the Fray at that point, but if I can't get to her at all...
Yeah, you're grappled evenly with the creature.
Yeah, I'm just... Once again, I'm essentially now just yelling at the creature that once was Duncan, and just trying to just beg with him, like, "Bro, come on, snap out of it, man. I know you can do this. Please, come on, speak to me. Come on." And just trying my hardest to see what I can do.
Roll me another attack.
Shit, I'm gonna use another willpower. I have no more superficial willpower. Hold on. Eight with a crit.
Okay. So you are now impaired with willpower, right? Okay.
Correct.
But as you got the 8 with the crit, you now are able to wrestle the creature down, bringing it to the ground and doing a bit of damage to it as you hear a wet kind of squelching crunch as you bring it down to the ground. It does let out a hissing like as it is brought down. Though, as you do bring it down and it does kind of split open, a bit of yellow viscous fluid splatters up on you. Give me a stamina and resolve check.
Watch this. That's 2 successes.
Okay. Next intention.
As of having to the ground now, I'm just like not sure. Just at this point, I just know that maybe I can just knock him out and try and bring him in. Maybe they're developing this cure. Maybe we could do something for him. So I just start kind of taking my fist and just start punching him, hoping to knock him out, or at least like put him in a state where he can't move as much. So maybe I can tie him up with something. I'm just trying to at least knock him into submission.
Okay. So yeah, another strength and brawl.
Okay, that's 5 successes.
Okay. So as you try to knock him into submission, instead, the 4 arms grab you and throw you over him, slamming you against a wall, doing a point of superficial damage as you are smashed into the wall behind him, breaking your grapple on him.
That would give a rage, right?
That would give a rage, yes.
This is tough. Because I don't want to kill him. So I don't want to razor claws just yet. But I know he is very strong right now. And I can't also go Krynos, because that would potentially... Is this room even big enough for Krynos?
It's yeah, I mean this apartment, yeah, you could fit in Krynos room in this room.
I gotta hope that I at least have enough self-control, because I can't, if I keep going like this, I don't know if I can continue to win. So I'm gonna shift into Krynos, and I'm gonna just try and just slam him around the room at this point, and just try and knock him out. So first I'll make the rage check. That is 1 failure, so I go down to 2 rage. And then I'll still be at 2 dice penalty. So,
so you get the 2 bonus dice, not 4.
Yep. Oh, nice. That's a 9 with a critical.
Okay, so you do, as you get into the large, hulking, furry form of your Krynos form, you grab onto him, your claws digging into the flesh, and lift him up and throw him against the wall, the drywall cracking and breaking as he slams against it. More of that kind of massive, hulking shape splattering against the wall as it lets out another... You can hear cracking, not just of the drywall, but of some of the bones beneath this fleshy form as it hits. Next round, declare your intention.
Just at this point, still, not being able to really exercise much control, or at least much, softness in what I do. So I'm just gonna try and just continue to grab him by his leg and just slam him over and over, and just hoping that he will just stop moving and he will just accept that I'm trying to save him.
Okay. One more. Yeah, give me another roll.
With another 9 crit.
Okay. So grabbing onto him, trying to use force, you find again the wrenching and breaking of bones of the various limbs of the creature and the muscles tearing beneath. Roll me a wits and awareness.
I assume my Bonar trait would not kick into effect.
Yes, it would.
Oh, it would? Yay!
This is something unfound or overlooked.
That is a 4 success.
As you have the creature pinned and kind of tangled up in this grapple, beneath the skin and muscle, you swear you see a flashing light. And just slightly, you hear a beeping.
I'm gonna try and literally just reach into it and yank out whatever it is.
Okay, give me a strength and let's go with...
Wait, so you said what kind of beeping? Is it like a... Actually, let me hear that first, because that might differentiate what I might do.
Beep, 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 beep.
Okay, so it's not the silent beep of potentially a camera I was thinking about, but
No.
that sounds more like a bomb. So I'm gonna essentially just toss him as far away as I can, and then try and just, I guess, take cover, or like try and leave and take cover. Not go outside, but just do what the best I can to just... Actually, no. I'm trying to think what is... So there a window potentially near where I am. Okay, so my goal...
You will go out onto the street if you do.
I was thinking about throwing him out the window, to be honest.
Out onto the street.
To eventually blow up, but no, I'm gonna just throw him across, like, furthest way I can, and like run out. While I'm running out, try and shift back into Hamid while I jump out the window, or potentially even using Hater's Leap to just launch myself as far as possible.
Okay, so I would say that's a lot of things to happen all at once. Why don't you just do the leap? If you're planning on doing this, because trying to throw him and leap, you might as well just leap at this point. So why don't you just give me the dexterity and athletics? Give me the... Well, you don't even need to roll to change. Just give me the dexterity and athletics with the hare's leap to get out the window.
It's a strength plus glory.
Oh, strength. Yeah, there you go. Strength and glory.
Same thing, actually, but...
There you go. Strength and glory.
Yeah, I think I'll mean more the like throwing as a flavor thing anyways. Just the idea that I see this going on and go, oh snap,
So you,
and then...
Yeah, you just huck him off of your grapple, chucking him out of the way before shifting as you jump out the window with your strength and glory.
That is a 5 with a crit.
Okay, so as you are bursting out of the window, boom, the apartment behind you explodes. The windows shattering outwards, the rest of them behind you, flames licking at the windows beyond as you go crashing down onto the street below, taking another 3 points of superficial physical damage as you hit the pavement on the ground, scuffing yourself up and rolling across the pavement. You manage to escape with your life, but Duncan is no more. In the ruins of the building beyond, whatever he had become, whatever he was, is gone. As you stand up, looking at the burning ruins of what was your friend's apartment, Vanessa is nowhere in sight. What's going through your mind?
It almost doesn't feel real. What's going on is there's a part of me that did kind of know that Vanessa was playing me in some sort of capacity, but I didn't quite want to at least acknowledge it for the fact of that I was getting the positive attention and potential, action or money of whatever she had. and the fact that I wanted just to ignore all this negative shit going on in my life and just focus on something nice for once. But now it's just a sense of anger, of just deep, deep anger. I thought I would be more sad about this, but just the fact of what Vanessa's done, how I was played, it's just infuriating. It's just like looking around, trying to see any sort of like sight of her and just not seeing it, just punching the ground in anger, just running. Not even sure where at this point, but just running just to get that energy out, that anger out. And I just run off to
Naked.
find something.
Naked, by the way.
Yeah, running off naked and angry. The worst sight you'd probably could see. Trying to find something, just anything as a lead, so that I can get vengeance for what has happened to Duncan.
So as you charge off into the night, naked and angry, we transition to our next scene where the pack finally reconvenes together back at the motel. It's been a crazy last week in Michigan. The deal's been struck. And, well, loose ends have been tied up, but maybe some more have been created. But it's time to say goodbye. And it's time to head home. Because you're needed elsewhere. The fight continues. It rages on. And you're going to have to go back to that fight without your mentor. Because they have a mission that takes them north. They have to finish the job. They have to get the iron. So as all of you convene in the motel room, packing your belongings, preparing to load up into the vehicles and begin the drive, Stakes stands over in the corner, watching, her arms crossed, leaning against the wall. The scene is yours.
After packing up what I had in the truck and closing the door, seeing everyone else kind of still packing and putting stuff away, notice Stakes standing off to the side. I'm going to break away from packing up and walk up to her. Be sure to take care of yourself, Stakes. I know that you are more than capable of taking care of yourself, but never had you gone for any length of time. So I know everyone else is worried, but I want you to be safe.
I didn't think it was going to come to this, but there's a reason I made you promise. And I wouldn't have made you promise if I didn't think I could do this. If I didn't know I could do this. Trust me, Raymond. Everything will be fine. Get the pack home. All of them. They need you there. Anyone who stays is just a liability to me now. I mean that.
I will. I'll make sure everyone makes it back. I made you a promise that no matter what you choose to decide, that at least I would get everyone back home. And I plan on fulfilling that promise.
She's not going to understand, and she's going to fight you.
She's already done it once before. But This time, unfortunately, you're not going to be around to call her out on it. And I don't know if I have the words to be able to make the situation easier.
Tell her it's not what I would want. You can tell her I said that.
I will. If it comes to it, I'll tell her exactly that.
It will get me killed. Because I would die to protect you. Any of you. And if you stay, I will have to.
I understand that. And hopefully, deep down, she does too. But
she's young. She's lost so much. I think just the idea of even possibly losing one more thing is too much for her to bear. Even though she's terrible at showing it, she's a very gentle person, a very fragile person. You have to be careful with her. You have to be gentle with her. Like a bird egg. She has a tough exterior, but one crack, and it all falls apart. You take care of it. Treat it well. You could have an eagle. I truly believe that. She's magnificent. She's wounded, like all of you are. But together, you're so strong. You're just not together yet. You're so close, but you're not together yet.
I'll look down at the ground at that last statement. And I'll look up with a little bit of a determined look on my face. Hopefully, by the time you make it back, we'll take that one extra step to be there. And you'll be here to see it.
I will be. I'm a survivor. That's all I've ever known.
I know you're right. And like I said, during the negotiations, you're one of the few people I trust the most. So I'm going to trust you.
Get them home. Because that is home now.
I look a little sad at that, thinking back to what happened past few days, and nod. Yeah. It's home now.
Over on her side of the room, Delphine will not have finished packing her clothes because she didn't unpack them to begin with. She would just kept everything in there just for the moment they were going to leave. But she does take special care to put away the moonstone that Shawn gave them for the moon bridge, and also the harmony flute that he provided them. And she'll, as she's packing them, she'll check that compartment that she sewed not very well into the side of her bag and realize that her supply is gone. And will start feeling the anxiety of realizing she's got to do a 2-day trip now in the car down to Florida, and is eagerly awaiting the moment that they can just get in the car and go, but she is upset that they're having to leave stakes behind. So while fidgeting a little bit over the loss of her supply, she will look over her shoulder at Stakes and see her and Ray finishing their conversation, and she'll head on over to her, hiding her twitchy fingers in the bagginess of her sleeves so as not to worry her more.
You made it through.
It wasn't easy.
Nothing worth doing is.
Honestly, I feel like this was the most nerve-wracking experience of my entire life. I've had so much anxiety the entire time I was here, and I don't think I've cried half as much as I have while I've been here.
She leans in really close, and then reaches her hands into your pockets and pulls your hands out. And with the shaking, steadies them. And if you could do that, imagine what else you could do. This was the most nerve-wracking thing and you made it through. Think what else you could do. And she puts your hands back in your pockets.
She bites down on the inside of her cheek a little bit, hearing that. I think that would be a lot for me. And I don't think I'm strong enough to do that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying think what you can do. When you're ready. You made it through this. You didn't think it was even possible. You avoided it so hard. You didn't want to come here. You didn't want to face him. You didn't tear Juniper's throat out. You did all that. This other thing? When you want to, and I mean want to, it's gonna be a walk in the woods. And I'll be there to walk with you. You can do it, Delphine.
She blinks back some tears. We got a lot of work to do. Stakes. I tried doing it while I was here, but it's a lot harder than it's gonna be. And she'll glance over, like she'll just glance like out of the corner of her eye towards Juniper. It's bad. I don't think I have it in me to fix that. It's not within my capabilities yet. Just power-wise, I don't think I can do. I don't know how I'm supposed to fix that.
Get more powerful. Learn. Stop talking about the things you can't do. Because if you keep saying you can't, you're right. Start saying you will do. You will figure it out. You will make it happen. You will quit. Doesn't mean it has to be today. If you start saying will instead of can't, you'll also be right.
She'll take a deep breath, like her the breath, the intake of the breath shaky, just a little shaky. And then she'll just swallow the lump around the lump in her throat and nod.
Besides, you started the work. Nobody expected you to finish it.
Well, definitely. No matter what, going forward, we're gonna need all hands on deck with this one, Stakes. It's likely to get violent. And I'm not strong. You said it yourself. I'm not strong enough to take her on if I have to.
Then don't. Get her on your side. Stop trying to fight her. Everyone's trying to fight each other. Stop trying to fight.
I wasn't trying to fight her. They were egging it on.
Yeah. Of course they were. Violence makes violence. What stops violence? Not more violence.
So we need you to come back down so you can help with it.
I will. Because I say will, not can't.
So I will be seeing you.
You will.
I warned Shawn too. You need to watch your back, okay?
Yes.
She'll go in for a hug.
Stakes brings you in for a less awkward hug. You'll be fine. You will be fine. You will beat this.
I'll see you in a couple weeks, right?
Yes.
She'll wipe away her swipe at her eyes with the edges of her sleeves and take another deep breath and just head back to her bag and just sit with it to let someone else have time with her.
Forged, I've just been not really packing at all. I've just been kind of staring at my stuff lying around with my open bag. I just consider what happened. Ever since losing Duncan, I haven't really talked to anyone. I've just been really quiet, just keeping to myself, thinking on what happened. And I kind of look over and see Stakes, knowing this might be the last time I see her. I turn and walk over towards her as I'll just stare at her, kind of very blank expression, kind of that hollow look, or just kind of clearing my throat and saying, "You're gonna be back, right?"
Yeah.
Just nods and says, I sorry for fucking things up, but and just kind of looks off, kind of not sure what more to say.
She reaches out and grabs your jaw with her hand and then pulls your face to look into her eyes. Whatever you've lost, you've gained more. You just have to accept it and see it for what it is. More hurt is coming, more loss is coming. Hold the things you love really tight. Really, really tight. Because there's a lot of loss in this life. Numbing yourself to it just makes it happen faster. Trust me, I know.
Or wordlessly, as she kind of finishes what she's saying, I'll reach my hand out towards her hand, kind of grab it, and I'll squeeze very tightly. I'll hold her hand very tightly for a moment as I'll just say, I'm going to make them pay for what they have made me lose. I won't lose anything more. I won't.
Good.
And I'll, at that point, pull her in for a hug, just kind of big, very bit too tightly held of a hug for a moment before I'll let her go and go back towards packing.
As everyone finishes packing and makes their way out to the vehicles, we transition to our final scene, where a mentor and a protege, a mother and a daughter, are left alone, the last two to say goodbye before the pack returns to Tampa. After a quiet drive to the Hell Saloon, Juniper and Stakes stand outside of the front of the saloon, just the two of them. Stakes stands in front of Juniper, looking her dead in the face, as serious can be, with as much of a mom look as a mom look can be given from a lupus born. I need you to go home. Tampa on this one.
I grit my teeth a little bit, knowing that I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with chasing her all the way to the mines, but not really wanting to accept it. And I stare right back at her and stay silent for a moment. I open my mouth to speak. Nothing comes out.
Promise me. Don't make this any harder on me than it already is.
Stakes, I'm terrified.
I'm not. But if you stay, I will be.
Because you'll have to watch out for me.
Yes. And if you stay, then Raymond stays. And if Raymond stays, then Delphine stays. And if Delphine stays, then Rory stays. Forged might leave without all of you, but I'd have to watch out for all of you.
And we'd get in even more trouble because we told that the Sept that we would leave.
I don't even care about that. What I would care about is that I would probably die. Because you know something would go wrong. You're not there yet. None of you are. Not for this.
Something always goes wrong. I just hate that you're right.
You just need more time. And I don't want it cut short. Because you're afraid for me. I don't want it cut short because you care about me. If you care about me, you'll trust me and let me come back to you.
I do trust you, Stakes. I just don't trust everything else.
That's our moon.
I smile a little bit at that one.
But because it's our moon, I don't either. And that's what keeps me alive.
I nod and reach out a hand, hoping to grab hers and just hold on to it.
She takes your hand.
I promise I won't immediately go chasing after you when we leave. But if anything happens to you, I will burn it all down. I won't even care at that point. So you better make it back.
Okay. I'll take it. But I know your game. And immediately better mean all the way to Tampa. No rest stop shenanigans.
I fight to hold back a smile. That smile that a kid gets when they know that their parent has caught them in something they were trying to get away with. Fine.
I may be younger than you, but I've been doing this longer than you.
You can't really blame me for trying.
I never have. It means a lot to me that you try.
Yeah. I've made some pretty fucking poor choices lately, but I'm trying in that regard too, to do better. And I just want you to know that.
I need you to be better for me. I don't have a brother anymore. I'm not gonna have puppies. You are my puppies. You're my legacy. I need you to be the best of me. Because when this life does get me, and it will, I need to know someone will take over. Because if they don't, then everything I've done was for nothing. Killing my brother, fighting this fight, living this life was for nothing. And it can't be for nothing. Be better and prove me right. Because I know you are so amazing. I know you are so wonderful. And I know you can do great things. You're just angry and sad. Because I was angry and sad.
I use my free hand to wipe away some tears. I'll make sure that all of this is for something. I'll
Good.
do my best.
You can. You will.
Yeah. We both will.
I'm coming home.
Yeah. I'm sure you will. Because I trust you. And you say you're gonna come home, so.
I am.
I'm gonna miss you.
Won't be long.
I look up at the saloon and I look around and I just take this moment to enjoy the hot summer day and all the birds and even the insects flying around, buzzing. And I look back at Stakes. I want us to have more serene moments like this.
You have the power to make that possible. You're the only one preventing that from happening. Get out of your way, Juniper.
I take a deep breath and steady myself. Okay. I'm gonna let you go now because I don't know if I'll have the strength to in like the next few seconds.
You're not letting me go. We're just going down different paths that meet further down the line.
Well, I mean, I do have to physically let you go. I am holding your hand.
That's fair. She walks you over towards the car, opening the door for you before leaning in to give you a kiss on the cheek and a hug. I love you. And I will see you soon.
I love you too, Mom.
Be good.
I'll do my best.
She helps you into the car and closes the door behind. And as the vehicles roll out, she stands in front of the saloon, waiting until they're out of sight. And this is where our story comes to a close for the summer season. But it wouldn't be the end of the summer season without several final scenes. It's several weeks later, and we are at Tilden Mine. A firefight can be heard going on at the mine, guns going off in the distance. We find ourselves with Stakes and Shawn down on the ground. Shawn is bleeding from several bullet holes in his body. Stakes, in lupus form, is crouched by him, paws on his leg. Shawn in Glabro is leaned up against a barrier, breathing heavily. I can't heal. What is happening? The camera then pans below the ground, where buried under the earth is several glowing green rocks. We come up above, where Shawn says to Stakes, "Go. Find Aaron. Get help." Stakes then goes charging down one of the mine tunnels. And suddenly, the mine tunnel explodes. We then cut to outside the mines, where Red and Aaron are up on a ridge. They're directing another sept, the sept from Ohio, telling them to charge down into the clearing down below. Several of them, in their Hispo forms, go charging down into the clearing. We look to the front of Red. He is in his hulking Krynos form. And then suddenly, we hear the crack of a whip, and all of the fur of his Krynos form comes tearing off of his body. And he drops to his knees, bloodied, and falls down on his front. We then hear the howls of several wolves surrounding the canyon. Coming forward is the massive silhouette of a woman in Glabro form with wild hair, holding a long, bone-studded leather whip, surrounded by several black Hispo wolves, who all go charging in to the mines. And this is where our season comes to a close. Thank you so much to these incredible players. Thank you to everybody for watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed down below, and join our community by following that Discord link. Find out what the outcome of this battle is in late September when Hounds returns. And we'll see you then. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hellhounds is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pact. The storyteller for Hellhounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.